Good morning, everyone. We're about to start the meeting. Good morning. The time is 9 o'clock, and I call to order the September 22nd, 2021 meeting of the Contractors State License Board. I am Susan Granzella, CSLB's board chair. Board members, this is our first in-person meeting in some time, so I would like to go over some of the ground rules before we proceed. In accordance with the Sacramento County Public Health Order, any person inside this building must wear a face mask that covers both your mouth and nose. There is hand sanitizer and extra masks at the back of this room and at a table in the lobby. There is water and coffee for our morning break, and we will break for a 30-minute lunch at noon. Please also note that members of the public can join us by phone today or watch our webcast. We will be using microphones today. Only 3 microphones can be live at any one time. If the green light is on, then those on the phone and watching on YouTube can hear you. I ask that you turn your microphone off when not speaking to assure a live microphone is available for others. We have reduced the number of staff that are typically at a board meeting to provide for social distancing. Our IT chief, Jason Perez, will be serving as our moderator today, and we have an executive office analyst, Heather Young, calling roll today. Additional staff joining us will be Chief Deputy Registrar Tanya Corcoran, CSLB senior staff, and our board legal counsel, Jason Hurtado. Heather, please call the roll.
Susan Granzella.
Here.
Kevin Albanese.
Here.
Frank Altamara.
Here.
Rodney Kubus.
Here.
David Delatorre has an excused absence. Miguel Galarza.
Here.
Donald Garatano.
Here.
Diana Love. Here. Michael Mark.
Here.
James Ruane.
Here.
Johnny Simpson.
Here.
Nancy Springer.
Here.
And Mary Tykert. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Heather. Well, with that, I was to ask Vice Chair Mary Tykert to lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance, but instead I will ask Diana Love, our secretary on the board, to lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance. To agenda item B, which is for public comment, and to request agenda items for future meetings. The board values public input as part of our consumer protection mission. To allow us enough time to conduct our full schedule of business today, I'm limiting public comments to 3 minutes apiece, and that's 3 minutes. Comments on one of our agenda items, ask that your board comment relate to the agenda item currently before the board. There are a few other rules that apply. First, California law prohibits board members from discussing any matter brought up during public comment, and board members are not allowed to act on any item not on today's agenda. Second, if you want the board to discuss a topic not on the agenda, you can ask us to consider placing that issue on the agenda for a future meeting. Finally, if you have an application, complaint, or disciplinary charges pending before the board, we ask that you not discuss the details of your case or pending complaint. That's because board members may be the judges and by law are not permitted to receive evidence or information that is not part of the administrative record in the case. Members of the public, if you are with us on the phone and you would like to make a comment, please press *3. This will tell the moderator you have raised your hand. Instructions on how to make public comments on the agenda for this meeting post on a future meeting agenda. Members of the public who wish to address the board or offer a possible...
I'm unmuting your line. Please go ahead and speak.
My name is Jason Paulson. I can speak now?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Jason Paulson. I own Walnut Creek Roofing. I am a roofing contractor, sheet metal, as well as a general contractor. I bought the company 15 years ago, and I had many employees, and I paid workers' comp on all of them. About 5 years ago, I decided to go solo, and now I only do roof inspections and small repairs. I have no employees, about $5,200 every year for the privilege to have an active roofing classification. This policy does not cover me, as I am the owner. I am exempt. I have thought about dropping the C39 and working as a general contractor, as that would save me a lot of money, but I want to stay as policy even without employees. I watched a video from March 25th, 2021, where Kevin Albanese said that we are cheating, and it comes right off the bottom line. I would love to be, as well as many contractors who don't want to have to deal with the small projects or the roof inspections. And in hand, I refer those guys back for the bigger projects. My second concern is AB 899. As I stated, I do roof inspections and small. I work a lot with that. Would allow the unlicensed contractor to work for more than I do with the service repair contract. I also do see that you guys are trying to pass the SB 304 that would increase the service repair contract. Unfair with insurances and legal fees. Again, the license board should crack down more on people who are working illegally than charging me money when I'm doing everything right. Again, I work by myself. I have no employees. I do a license active. It's basically robbery.
Future agenda items only from the public in the room. Public comment? Oh, there's another one?
In person.
Yes, that's what I meant. We're still working this in person. And then your glasses fog up all the time, so I'm sure that happens to everyone. But thank you very much, and this would be an agenda item for our next meeting, correct?
No, this would be just public comment. Just public comment.
Okay, your public comment, thank you.
Public comment on something not on today's agenda. Okay. My name is Bernadette Del Chiaro. I'm the Executive Director of the California Solar and Storage Association. As you will hear from a few of my members here today, the board's July 27th decision and subsequent bulletins, FAQ, and webinar have caused significant harm as well as disruption to the California solar and storage industry, as well as widespread confusion. The impacts of these actions will be felt most extremely by our small businesses, who make up the vast majority of the industry in our membership. 3 of these individuals are here today to share with you what your decision from July 27th means to their businesses, but they represent hundreds of others throughout the state. All of this is happening to our industry during a global pandemic, and as the state continues to confront a growing crisis in climate change, in which the state is desperate to build more solar energy and energy storage. If you were trying to knock the renewable energy agenda of the state of California off track, you couldn't have done a better job than what the July 27th decision did to our industry. This dynamic is exactly why the APA was created, to ensure that when government takes action to restrict and regulate business, it does so based on fact, with impact to small businesses under consideration, and with clear and consistent rules for businesses to follow. This is not the situation we have today. We ask that the board agree to an immediate stay on enforcement of your July 27th decision and subsequent bulletins until conclusion of CalSA's lawsuit, either through settlement or through decision of court. There is a middle ground here, but it needs to be arrived at through rulemaking as dictated by law, and it needs to begin with an immediate stay on the enforcement of your decision so that November 1st, our industry is not significantly disrupted and harmed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Janine Cotter, and pregnant with my 3rd child, I walked into the California Department of Corporations office in San Francisco and incorporated Luminalt Energy Corporation. I am a battery energy storage specialty contractor. All we do is storage and battery energy solar and solar-paired battery energy storage systems. We have thousands of solar systems that have been done under our C46 license. We have hundreds of solar-paired battery energy storage systems that have been done under our license. We have a 10-year warranty obligation under the state of California. I am a little nervous. We have over 230 contracts. In 2021, we can't do the work. Company to inclusive in our workforce and training people. We have a majority BIPOC and women workforce. And of that workforce, only one of them is a certified electrician, and one of them is an ET. No longer work under my license. I was working on succession planning. I have nothing from which to succeed. And so the value of the business that I have run for nearly 2 decades has been decimated, and I don't know what to do. What I can tell you is that when we've gone to the DIR to ask to have my employees that collectively have nearly 200 years of solar and solar-paired
10
battery
seconds.
storage experience, their work under my C46 does not qualify. Please, when you make an error or do something that damages another human being and their business, and they're before November 1st, and rescind your decision and stop the harm and allow my employees to continue to do the work that they have successfully done for nearly 2 decades. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still on? Yeah. Hello. My name's Gary Gerber. I'm president license. I've been in designing and installing solar systems for 45 years. Employed 80 people in our offices in Berkeley. I'm here today to comment on the recent decertification of the C46, which is one of my licenses, and the license I primarily use to install PV and batteries. Many of the basic assumptions used by the board to justify its decision to decertify the C46 are false, and I respectfully urge the board to reconsider the decision based on false information. First off, the claims made by the anti-C46 faction are false, and in the sense that they try to state that the factory-sealed, UL-listed, self-contained residential batteries are somehow inherently dangerous. That it's just not true. If you've ever looked at one of these batteries, you can see it easily. There's nothing that an installer can do other than, hit it with an axe to actually harm that battery or make that battery unsafe or any less safe than it was when it came off the factory floor. I'd also challenge the board to find a single incidence of a residential battery fire among the current millions of lithium-ion batteries now installed. In addition, the C46 faction, anti-C46 faction wants you to believe that somehow a non-certified electrician will somehow figure out a way to land 2 10-gauge wires on the UL-listed junction box that would somehow cause that battery to blow up. And for all those of you that saw the presentation, they showed electrical panels blowing up. That's not happening. That's never happened in a residential situation. And it could not be documented. It was admitted by the Berkeley consulting group that they couldn't document a single incident. Claims have been made there are tens of thousands of certified electricians ready and willing to jump in and replace the tens and thousands of non-certified solar electricians who will lose their jobs, as was pointed out by Janine, based on this ruling. The fatal flaw in this logic is most certified electricians are not the least bit interested in working in the residential
30
market.
seconds.
And most certified electricians are already working full-time. They're not available in the workforce. We tried to hire them. We can't get them. We can't find them. They're not out there. They also have no battery experience anyway. We don't necessarily even want to hire them. except that they're certified. But my people, who I've been responsible contractors do, is you train your people.
5
and put them
seconds.
on the job. And that's what needs to happen. They need to get their training from the manufacturers of the batteries. That's where we get our training, not from the IBEW. They don't know anything about batteries. Thank you.
Thank you.
My solar company, Solar Hut. We are a C46 contractor. My father started Solar Hut in 2012. I joined as an environmental science major from Sac State. Our solar foreman, Ben, joined us that same year from an electrical contractor. My father has over 20 years of solar and battery experience. We have 2 NAPCEP certified installers, which is the North American Board of Certified Energy Practitioners on staff. It is the highest recognized certification for installers in the nation. Solar Hut is an elite SunPower dealership. Again, the highest certification of qualified installation inspections. Solar Hut has been published multiple times as a top 500 solar installer in the nation by Solar Power World. At Solar Hut, we pride ourselves in doing one thing and one thing right, and that is PV solar and best installations. Solar Hut installed its first battery in 2012 as a Magnum battery technology for a gentleman with medically dependent children in the Sierra Nevadas in El Dorado County. We became an LG certified chem installer in 2018. To become certified as an installer, it required us to document 80 hours of training per each installing technician and 20 hours per each installing sales professional. We installed LG Chem's only American continent, that's including South, Central, Northern, 3 inverter, 3 battery installation of its kind in 2020. In the past 90 days, we have well over 200 hours of battery installation experience. You, the CSLB, has disabled my company from moving forward in this advancing energy field. All options you have left for C46 are complete dead ends. You have eliminated our ability for quality leads and customers. That is the number one thing they ask about, not the number one thing they purchase, but they ask. You killed our quality trained solar companies, all of our small businesses. The options of subbing out to a C10, C10s do not want to learn about batteries. And then if they do, we would have to train them. C10s are too busy with new homes and generator installations. The earliest time frame we've been quote to learn about battery technology is 18 months. Guidelines also
30
state
seconds.
that C46s are unable to subcontract out this work, but a general A and B can do so. Let's get a C10 license. Neither of our NAPCEP certified electricians would qualify to become electrical. Us C46 installers that we've installed 78% of all battery installations that we are unqualified and unable to install solars with battery. There's been 0 incidents in California in the 40 years of C46 history, and I implore you to retract and vote, and let us C46 contractors do what we do best, and that is solar with battery storage. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Well, good morning. I'm Dave Fote. I'm the registrar for the Contractors Board. And I just want to apologize for the script. We repurposed a script when we were doing virtual meetings only. Which all that, be aware that we're really glad that you're with us today. So that was on me and not including the public comment. So thank you.
Yes, I'd like to add my thanks to that.
Hi, good morning, board members. Jason Hurtado, Board Counsel. So in light of the public comments we just heard, it is correct that the board was served with a lawsuit this past Friday on September 17th. Based on that lawsuit, my recommendation to the board is for it to consider holding a special meeting within the next week or so. We could discuss the allegations in closed session, lay out the options for the board to make an informed decision. It would only require also 48 hours notice, so it wouldn't require the usual 10-day notice for the board.
Thank you, counsel.
As a board member, I would second council's recommendation and ask that meeting be set.
Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item C, in which I just pulled this out so I would know what to say. Oh, here it is. Thank you. Next is agenda item C, presentation of certificates of recognition. Today, we are recognizing board member Auggie Beltran and two subject matter experts, Leonard H. Nielsen and Jeff Schulte. Schulte? Schulte.
Jeff Schulte.
Jeff Schulte, thank you. Thank you. Auggie Beltran, let me start by thanking Auggie for his outstanding 7 years of service to the board, to California consumers and the construction industry. Auggie was appointed by the Senate Rules Committee in January of 2014 as a public member of the board and was reappointed in May of 2017 and again in June of 2021. Auggie began his construction career as a carpenter apprentice in 1989. Auggie spent many years in various facets of construction industry and has served on several government boards since 1987. He has brought his wealth of expertise to every committee on this board, including repeatedly serving as the Legislative Committee Chair, Vice Chair, and Board Chair in 2016-17. Auggie recently retired from his longtime role as President and Director of Public and Governmental Relations on the Northern California Carpenters Regional Council. That's a long one. Auggie has always been a passionate advocate for consumer protection, workers' rights, and contractor compliance with public works contracting requirements. I will now read the plaque from the board, but I think we have Auggie come up for a photo op. Oh, I can't see. Hello, sir. Thank you. So, Contractors State License Board presented to Augustin Auggie Beltran, CSLB Board Member 2014 through 2021 and CSL Board Chair 2016 through 2017. In recognition of your outstanding contributions to the Contractors State License Board, the people of California, and to the industry of construction industry. Thank you, Auggie, for all your service.
You're welcome. I appreciate it.
Okay. Oh, you did it. Now, the good part. Are there any board members who would like to make a comment about Mr. Beltran's recognition today?
I'd just like to say, Auggie, thank you so much for your time here. We've been able to partner a lot, not just here, but also in industry, and our common goals really saw us through on a whole lot of stuff. And just, I wish you absolute nothing but the best in your retirement and whatever else life may bring you, but Godspeed, Auggie.
When you look up the definition of a mentor, we use that so freely. I don't know if anybody's ever gone back to actually read what it says. So just as a reminder, mentor shares information about their own career path as well as provide guidance, motivation, emotional support, and role modeling. And that's what you have done for me, as well as with many here, as you've heard them speak in the past and today. And that is that when I came onto this board, I felt it was a little intimidating at first. You read the stuff, you come prepared, but having the guidance of others that are on the board to support you and guide you through that, it just makes us better board members. And you are always there. And I just can't say enough. It just, even when we're in the board meetings and we have been available for resources beyond the meetings, available through the emails and phone calls and through the different resources that we use with the underground economy, and then different meetings that we had. And you've given resources through my industry and your industry to make connections that help support everybody, as well as benefit the consumers in the end. You've just been an outstanding board member. I know you always think about the board members ourselves, the consumers, as well as the staff. And you always make a point to remember that. And then you share with us in these committees that we've all served on. And the one thing I always remembered about legislation is get through it, know it, and get to the point. And we can move on and we can make great decisions and still make it in a timely manner. Thank you for everything you've given, and we'll stay in touch. I wish you the best.
Oh, yes, Johnny, I just wanted to say thank you. Echo a lot of what Nancy just said. When I first came on the board, it was really nice to have someone that I could look to help me with some of the rules and all of the things. So thank you for your mentorship, and thank you for everything you did within the Carpenters Union. I mean, right, bringing in as many folks as you have and giving them a career and a life and everything you've done. Wow, it's been an honor and a pleasure to work with you.
Auggie, Diana Love, I just want to say thank you for your time and your leadership that you have provided to CSLB. And I wish you a happy retirement and hope to see you again soon.
Mary Teichert, just wanted to say thank you, Auggie. I wish our service had overlapped longer because I certainly appreciate your thoughtful and articulate and involved engagement with this board and the stuff we are doing. So it's been a privilege to get to know you a bit, and I'm hoping that you won't be a stranger in
all the board member statements. You are construction in terms of more women in the trades, diversity. A lot of that work is reflected even within our at the CSLB level. So appreciate all your hard work and congratulations on your retirement.
Well, I'll add my 2 cents. I joined the board shortly after you, and I had absolutely no experience, but I was learning quickly. And following your advice at board meetings, you taught us really how to cut to the chase. And as Nancy said, get to the point, and which is my favorite tactic. So, we often don't understand how people actually get things done, and you were definitely a role model for that. And I just cherish a lot of the situations that could have gone, weren't as easy as others. And, we resolved them. And a lot of it had to do with your leadership. So thank you very much. And also, it was fun in the Christmas barbecue, because there you were with the contractors out barbecuing and providing the, just adding to the spirit, and that we're helping. It was well received, and it was wonderful. So thank you very much for your service to California and us.
Thank you all for the kind words. I have to say this is one of the, if not the best board that I've ever served on. Kevin, thank you for being my partner in crime. And Nancy, thank you for listening. Susan, it's been a pleasure working with you. And David, you are the best registrar this organization has ever had. I thought that when we were looking to replace Steve Sands. I still believe it. You put together an amazing team, and I appreciate everything they do. And Chief, thank you for working with me in Sacramento. You've done an awesome frickin' job. Thanks. Take care.
Pardon? Oh, another comment?
Does anybody mind if I say a couple words about Auggie?
Well, I'm so sorry. I can't see a thing. So the glasses fogged up. Thank you, Chief Jay.
Went first. I just wanted to say a couple of words too, if that's okay. Yeah, I just want to echo something that Nancy said, that Auggie has been a true mentor for me and others, and I know we'll hear from Mike in just a moment about all that Augie's done to help him learn his role as a legislative chief. But it even goes farther than that. I've been so fortunate to have Auggie on my quick dial for the last 4 years. Always responsive, always gives sound advice. And I just want to thank you, Auggie, for opening doors with other industry leaders, for the leadership that you've shown here and the patience that you've shown for all of us. So I hope you stay in touch and we can still communicate and we can still bug you once in a while for your sound advice. Thank you, Auggie.
Good morning, Mike Janetsky, CSLB legislative staff. I just want to thank Auggie as well. As chair of the Ledge Committee the last few years, Auggie, I've been grateful for your guidance and pearls of wisdom in helping the legislative division achieve its goals. When I got this job in the end of 2017, I had lots of CSLB background and some law background, but no capital legislative, California legislative background. And I can read all the rules of the House rules, the Senate rules, and joint rules, and still not have the full picture about who to talk to, when to talk to them, and what to say. And you filled in those gaps. You did exactly what Board Member Springer said. So thank you for your pearls and your guidance. I appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Auggie. So our next item is honoring Jeff Schulte and Leonard Nielsen. I'd like to preface this with CSLB is a statutorily authorized to hire industry experts to inspect consumer complaint items to determine if the work was completed per contract and performed to trade standards. On average, CSLB pays $500 for inspection and the preparation of an expert's report, less than what an industry expert can command in the civil court arena. Fortunately, there are licensed contractors that are committed to the professionalism of the construction industry and to assisting CSLB staff investigate workmanship complaints. It is now my honor to recognize two of CSLB's finest industry experts, Jeff Schulte and Leonard Nielsen. I will begin by thanking Jeff Schulte for his 23 years of work in CSLB's industry expert program. Mr. Schulte began servicing swimming pools and spas in 1972 while in high school, working after class and on weekends. Servicing swimming pools and adding repairs enabled him to obtain a bachelor's degree in geology and qualify for a C-53 swimming pool license in 1989. He subsequently added the C-27 landscaping and B general building classification. Mr. Schulte began working as a CSLB industry expert in 1989 and continues performing inspections today, working with 6 CSLB offices in Southern California. He is watching today's proceeding and asked me to convey his gratitude to the board and CSLB staff for the opportunity to serve in his profession. On behalf of the board and CSLB enforcement team, thank you for your accessibility and commitment to consumer protection and the professionalism of the construction industry. Thank you, Mr. Thank you. Next, it is my privilege to recognize Leonard Nielsen. On May 11th, 1976, Mr. Nielsen became a licensed general building contractor B. At the age of 22, he was license number 319, for anybody who knows how those license numbers go, 319269. He soon added the C10 electrical classification and was licensed for over 45 years. Mr. Nielsen helped establish the Habitat for Humanity East Bay Silicon Valley license, 706051, serving as an officer from its issuance on May 5th, 1995 through August 8th, 1997. In 1995, he was one of the first admitted to the industry expert program and conducted his first inspection the first year the program was created. Mr. Nielsen explained that initially he was intrigued by the program and the possibility to earn supplemental income, and that's what caused him to take part. He soon became sold on the fact that it was good for the industry. He stated his work as an expert was on an altruistic level and that he learned a lot himself in doing so. Mr. Nielsen has completed over more than 669 inspections and hearings since we've automated our records since 2012, meaning it's quite possible that he's completed over 1,000 in his 26 years of service as an industry expert. Regrettably, Mr. Nielsen passed away last month. We appreciate the opportunity to express our appreciation to Mr. Nielsen's family that are watching today for his dedication and his service to the California consumer, the building industry, and to CSLB. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor Leonard Nielsen. Thank you, everyone. Are there any board members who would like, is there any public comment on these items?
We do not have any public comments.
Thank you. All right. Next, we move on to agenda item D. Members, as an FYI, we have quite a few agenda items today, and we expect strategic planning will take about 4 hours. Did you really make me say that? And so I have asked staff to forego their standard presentations today. With that, I will turn the meeting over to our new Legislative Committee Chair, Jim Ruane, and I'd like to say thank you to Jim. When I read the email that Auggie was resigning, it was twofold. I mean, first, I would miss him, and second, he just did such a fantastic job working with Chief Jay or Mike, Mr. Jemneski, to really provide a handle for us on the legislative matters. And the first thought that came to mind was Jim Ruane, and I picked up the phone and he said yes. So I'm turning this over to Jim Ruane. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I am Board Member Jim Ruane and pleased to step into the role of the Chair of Legislative Division in light of Auggie Beltran's retirement. We're going to miss you, Auggie, and they're big shoes to fill, believe me. We'll begin with the first item under Legislative Division portion of the agenda, which is an update on 2021 legislation. The content for this section begins on page 9 of your board packets, and if you'd like to follow along. There are 6 bills on the agenda. As the legislature has recessed until January 3rd, these bills are here for the board's information and update only. As these are not presented as voting items, I do not plan to call for public comment or board member comment. Of course, this does not preclude any board member from making a comment if they would like to. The first bill is summarized on page 11 of your packets. It's AB 107, Salas, Licensure, Veterans and Military Spouses. The board has not previously taken a position on this bill, and it is here for informational purposes only. The board's Chief of Legislation, Mike Jemneski, will provide the update. Mike?
Good morning. This bill is here primarily because the board has not seen it yet, and it has affected CSLB operations in that it's going to require CSLB to issue temporary licenses to military spouses and domestic partners who meet the criteria in the bill. A temporary license for 12 months that'll self-expire. As you see in the packet, we've been tracking these types of applications for a long time, but we've gotten precisely 0 of them. But that could change with the bill. And it is here for your information. We did bring it to the board in March as a brief mention because it didn't affect us at the time, but it was one of 5 bills that dealt with this topic. This is kind of the one that survived. So if there are any specific questions, I can answer them, but the bill is now with the governor. And here you have the information in the packet, and that's the update.
Thank you, Mike. Yes.
It's the user, sorry. When you're talking about like the impact on us, and I read in here that it said that you haven't had anybody apply for it yet. Does the board have a list of how many contractors are active military duty that this might be applying to? Because the bill's out there, so hasn't passed yet, correct? So you won't know, and if it's not publicized, they don't know what's available to them, so it's kind of an unknown, but how many could it potentially impact the board?
So what's tricky about this one is it's not actually military representatives themselves, it's their spouses and family members. So we don't have a list of them. And I think the intent of this bill was to allow folks who are married or in a union or partnership with somebody who's in the military, if their spouse or partner gets transferred to California, this bill is to remove barriers to licensure for the spouse to come here and start working. So we do get lots of military apps, but this one is about the family members. And I'm not aware of a list that, I suspect because the bill is occurring and it'll pass, we may get more than 0 in the coming years, but a similar provision is in the law for military spouses, and that's why we have been tracking it. And that one, we've had no apps on it, but we may in the future. I wouldn't expect a ton, but it's hard to predict.
All right, anything else? All right, thank you. This is a status update only. No further action is required from the board at this time. Our next item is AB 246, Quirk, Contractors, Disciplinary Actions. We are now on page 13. AB 246 is a CSLB-sponsored bill that would make a licensed contractor's unlawful dumping of construction debris a cause of disciplinary action against the contractor. The board has support position on this bill. Chief, do you have any updates for us?
Well, when we told you about it in June, I don't think it was signed, but it has been signed, and it'll take effect January 1st, and that's the update.
Okay. Any questions for the chief? All right. This also is a status update only. No further action is required from the board at this time. Our next item is AB 659, Grayson, Contractors, Civil Penalties and Letters of Admonishment. We are now on page 14. AB 569 is a CSLB-sponsored bill that increases the maximum civil penalty CSLB can assess against a contractor for most violations to $8,000 and to $30,000 for specified violations. It also authorizes the CSLB to issue a letter of admonishment for more than one violation at a time. The board has a support position on this bill. And Chief, do you have any updates for us?
This one has been signed as well since we last told you about it. And what's interesting about this one is because this bill was signed, the last item in our legislative division agenda today relates to a regulation that we need to amend because of this bill. So it's rare that things kind of work together like that, but I just thought I'd provide the context.
All right, thank you. Once again, this is a status update only. No further action is required from the board at this time. Our next item, AB 830, Flora, License Qualifier Requirements. Moving to page 15, AB 830. The board has not previously taken a position on this bill, and it is here for informational purposes only. Chief of Legislation Mike Jamneski will provide the update.
So when we mentioned this bill at the June board meeting, it didn't have any content yet, but we had learned from industry representatives who were promoting the bill that they were going to ask that language be introduced to change the contractors law, and that is what happened. There are really 3 major changes here, and it's in the packet, but one of the changes takes our regulations and puts them in statute. So it clarifies existing law as it relates to qualifier responsibilities. Another change expands the definition, the existing definition of supervision and control that a qualifier must exercise, expands that definition to allow a qualifier to ensure that there's a management structure in place to for somebody who is not the qualifier to exercise supervision and control over a job. Our understanding is that the purpose of this bill was to prevent a court from looking at existing law and interpreting that to say that a qualifier basically must be everywhere at once. I think that's difficult for contractors with a lot of jobs. So this is a clarifying measure. It's not CSLB sponsored, but we were aware of the language when it came through. And we did ask, and they did comply, that an additional provision be put in the bill that requires a licensee or an applicant to be a qualifier to prove that management structure, to provide a duty statement and show it to the board upon request. So that's what's in the bill. The bill affects a lot of other boards and bureaus, but that's the provisions that affect us. That's the update.
All right, thank you, Chief. Once again, status update only. No further action is required from the board. The next item, SB 607, Min and Roth, CSLB fees, proposed bond increases. We are now on page 17. SB 607 includes CSLB's necessary fee statutory increase to give us the ability to meet our approved budgetary spending authority and maintain a spending reserve over the next 4 or 5 years. The bill also includes an increase of the contractor license bond from $15,000 to $25,000. The board took a support position on the bill at its June 2021 meeting. Chief, any updates?
This is the CSLB's infamous fee bill that we do need. It was presented to the governor on September 17th. October 10th is the last day, I believe, the governor is able to sign it in the legislative calendar. We're optimistic it'll be signed. Just for the board, the fee provisions, there's a lot of stuff in this bill. The CSLB fee provisions would take effect January of 2022 if the bill is signed, and licensing is off and running, ready to go with charging those new fees on that date. The bonding provisions, the increase in the contractor's bond from 15 to 25,000 would actually take effect in 2023, which gives us time to tell everybody, get the bond companies on board, get licensees on board. And I think just for the record, I've said it before, but I'd like to say it again. Thank you to Senate B&P staff, business and profession staff for helping us get this bill during the pandemic. I think it reflects on the importance that people regard CSLB and its mission in helping it continue its functions with the appropriate amount of fees in place to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. No action is required from the board at this time. Our next item, SB 757, Limon, Solar Energy Systems Improvements, Consumer Protection. We are now on page 19. SB 757, this bill provides additional protections for consumers who contract for the installation of solar energy systems. The board took a support position on the bill at its June 2021 meeting. Any updates, Chief?
Nothing's really changed since we told you about it in terms of the content, just that it's been presented to the governor and it's for signature on September 3rd. And that's it.
Once again, update only, no action required. Agenda item number 2, regulatory updates and actions. We are now in the second of 2 parts of the legislative division agenda for today's meeting. The content for this portion of the meeting begins on page 21 of your packets. These 5 agenda items for discussion relate to the board's regulatory rulemaking. The first 2 items, A and B, relate to rulemaking the board has recently authorized staff to commence. The next 2 items, C and D, also relate to rulemakings the board has authorized staff to commence. However, the authorization was given in 2017. As Chief of Legislation, Mike will explain, the items need to be addressed again. The last item, E, is a new item the board has not yet considered. As you may have seen in the board packet, all of these items are proposed as possible vote items. I will briefly introduce each item and ask Legislative Chief Mike to provide a brief explanation of each item, and then I will present the staff recommendation and ask for board comment and public comment. Finally, I will note for the board members that here today in the audience is the Department of Consumer Affairs Regulatory Affairs Counsel, Danny Rogers. Danny, if you'd like, please come up to the podium and introduce yourself to the board.
Good morning, board members. It's really nice to be here with you. I've been working with the board since October of 2019 on regulations. I assist the board in all respects respecting regulatory work and work with the Office of Administrative Law to pass regulations. I've been working primarily with Mike and Betsy, who make my job much easier, and I look forward to answering any questions you have about the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, to begin with item A, we're on page 23 of your packet. Item A, review, discussion, and possible action to amend or adopt Title 16, California Code of Regulations, Section 832, Specialty Contractors Classified, and 832.49, Class C49, Tree and Palm Contractor. This agenda item relates to the rulemaking the board authorized staff to commence in June 2019. The creation of a specialty contractor license for tree service contractors, Currently, the CSLB's tree and palm contractor license is a limited specialty license only. Chief, would you explain why this item is here?
Yes, this item is under DCA. This regulatory package is under DCA final review. I think just for some quick context, I think a lot of people know this, but it helps me to shift what we're doing here. We've moved from state laws and state codes from the last agenda item, and we're now in agency-made law regulations, which have an extensive process that Danny helps us with. This item here, it's a procedural request of the board, not a substantive request of the board. And by that, I mean the language on 24 and 25. The board's already approved that, and this language isn't changing today. What we're asking help with is right in the middle of page 23. Our motion in June of 2019 says the word initiate the rulemaking process. We did that, and we haven't had any public comments, and the language hasn't changed. And so the rules require us to come back to the board and ask for authorization to finalize the process. So you'll see in the bottom of page 23 the word complete. We've gone from initiate, now we're asking for permission to complete the process. And that's what this agenda item is about.
Motion to finalize the regulation.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to finalize the regulation. Are there any comments from board members at this time? Any public comments from the audience? Jason, any public comment?
No public comment.
Oh, thank you. We do have a motion and a second. Heather, would you please call the roll?
I think if, Mr. Ruane, if nobody minds, I think we do need the motion from your script to be read, and then we will move from there on the approval and the roll call.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. I'll read the staff recommendation, then I'll ask for board member comment and public comment. Staff recommendation is as follows. Because no adverse comments were received during the 45-day comment period, authorize the registrar to adopt the proposed regulations at Title 16, California Code of Regulations, Section 832, Specialty Contractors Classified, and 832.49, C49, Tree and Palm Contractor, as filed with the Office of Administrative Law for public notice. Take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process and make any non-substantive changes to the text and or rulemaking package as needed through the process. Is that the motion that was made?
That's what I meant, yes.
Okay. And the seconder? Yes. Okay. We have no board comment or public comment at this time. Heather, would you please call the roll?
Susan Granzella.
Aye.
Kevin Albanese.
Aye.
Frank Altamura.
Yes.
Rodney Kobos.
Aye.
David Delatorre has an excused absence. Miguel Galarza.
Aye.
Donald Garatano.
Aye.
Diana Love. Michael Mark.
Aye.
James Ruane.
Aye.
Johnny Simpson.
Aye.
Nancy Springer.
Yes.
Mary Teichert.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Our next item, B, is on page 26 of your packets. Review, discussion, and possible action to adopt Title 16, California Code of Regulations, Section 825.5, C47, General Manufactured Housing Contractor Initial Installer Training Requirement. This item relates to the regulatory rulemaking the board authorized staff to commence in July to ensure CSLB complies with federal law.
Quite similar to what we just did, complete the process. Otherwise, the regulatory language that the board approved is not changing.
I'll read the staff recommendation first. California Code of Regulations, Section 825.5, C47, General Manufactured Housing Contractor Initial Installer Training Requirement, as filed with the Office of Administrative Law for public notice. Take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process and make any non-substantive changes to the text and or rulemaking package as needed throughout the process. Any board member comments?
Make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
Let's see first if there's any public comment from the audience. None, seeing none. Jason, anything from the public?
Just a reminder for the public to press star 3 if you'd like to make a comment.
Jason stepped out to try to address the background noise.
All right, so we don't have anything from the audience, from the board, or from public. At this time, is there a motion and a second?
Make a motion to accept the staff recommendation.
Was there a second? Yes?
Second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Any board comment on the question? Any public comment from the audience or from the public?
No public comment.
All right. Heather, would you please call the roll?
Susan Granzella.
Aye.
Kevin Albanese.
Aye.
Franca.
Aye.
Donald Garatano.
Aye.
Nancy Springer.
Yes.
And Mary Teichert.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Great. Thank you. Amend and or make non-substantive Rule 100 changes, 858.2, application for approval of blanket performance and payment bond. This item relates to a regulatory rulemaking. The board authorized staff to commence. Proposed changes to other regulations were already completed. Separate this item again. Chief?
Yeah, so this item is primarily here just because of that 2017 motion that authorized staff to move forward on a number of regulatory changes, and that motion we just need to deal with. It's on the books, it's on our OAL calendar. So this item here today will resolve that. What I want to say first is that this is about the blanket and performance bond. A lot of people know what that is, but some don't. And just to keep it simple and straightforward, if contractors have a blanket and performance bond on a home improvement contract, they can accept more than the 10% down or the $1,000 cap. So big companies like Home Depot have these bonds. There are 10 regulations dealing with blanket and performance bonds, and we're just talking about 2 here because this is actually what staff is regarding as a pretty simple change to the law, and we'll walk through it together. But the reason the 2017 motion didn't move forward, as the packet explains, is because we had other regulatory priorities at the time, but also, some of you may remember, a bill came out in 2018 that affected how the board defines a crime for the purposes of license history. And because of that bill, a number of the regulatory sections that motion was going to deal with got dealt with separately under different rulemaking. So this one kind of just got left hanging. We're here to deal with it today. The changes are not drastic. Let's look at page 31. This is a form that contractors use to get their bond on file, and we put in color the changes that we're making. At the bottom of 31, a lot of stakeholders have had questions about what that language meant. These blue underlines clarify what that language means. It's clarifying that we're talking about we're talking about home improvement contracts. That's what this language does. It didn't clarify that before. On page 32, believe it or not, this form didn't actually have a location to put the amount of the bond. So we're putting an amendment here that would allow people to put the amount of the bond. And then you'll see another blue, there's other simple changes. The last major change is on page 35. I'm not going to say major because a bill compelled this change. If you'll see on page 35, the word 5 is struck out and replaced with the word 2. That's because the legislature a few years ago decided that to qualify for one of these bonds, the performance bond request. Now, the motion is very long, and the reason for that is because we're hoping to do this change through what we call a Section 100 in regulatory rulemaking. And all that is it's in case we move forward and the attorneys think that we can't get it done under a Section 100, this motion covers us doing the regular rulemaking. But it also does one more thing. It covers us to proceed with the rulemaking and not do what we just did for the first 2 items, which is initiate rulemaking and then come back to you to request to finalize it if no public comments are made. So we can do it all in one if this motion is approved, and so that's why it's so long. Are there any questions about this? That's it.
Thank you, Mike. The staff recommendation is as follows. Withdraw the 2017 motion in relation to CCR Sections 858.1 and 858.2 and approve a new motion for this rulemaking proposal. Approve the proposed regulatory text for CCR Section 858.1 and 858.2. Authorize the registrar to take all steps necessary to pursue the rulemaking through the CCR Section 100 procedures and make any non-substantive changes to the text and/or rulemaking package as needed throughout the process. Alternatively, if deemed necessary by the Department of Consumer Affairs or the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, initiate the regular rulemaking process, making any non-substantive changes to the text and/or rulemaking package as needed throughout the process. And if approved by the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, set the matter for a hearing if preferred or requested. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period, authorize the registrar to adopt the proposed regulations at CCR Sections 858.1 and 858.2 as filed with the Office of Administrative Law for public notice, and take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process, making any non-substantive changes to the text and/or rulemaking package as needed throughout the process. Any comments from board members? Anything from the public?
If you would like to make a public comment on the phone, please press *3.
Motion to adopt the recommendation.
Second.
A motion is second. Any thing on the question for board comment? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none. And Jason, I'm assuming we have no one from the public?
No public comments.
Thank you. Heather, will you please call the roll?
Susan Granzella. Kevin Albanese.
Aye.
Frank Altamira.
Aye.
Rodney Cobos. Miguel Galarza.
Aye.
Donald Garatano.
Aye.
Diana Lev. Michael Mark. James Ruane.
Aye.
Johnny Simpson. Nancy Springer.
Yes.
Mary Tykert. Motion carries.
Thank you, Heather. Next item D is on page 36 of your packets. D, review, discussion, and possible action to initiate a rulemaking to amend Title 16, California Code of Regulations, Section 872, Disclosure of General Liability Insurance, and repeal Section 872.1, checklist for homeowners and/or make non-substantive Rule 100 changes to Section 872, Disclosure of General Liability Insurance, and 872.1. This agenda item also arises out of the same 2017 board motion that we just discussed in the previous agenda item. Chief will explain why the board is being asked to consider this item again. You're up, Chief.
So same deal with this one regarding that 2017 motion. We have to address that motion and renew it. This request is happening because the statutes that provided authority for the regulation 872 and all of 872.1 is gone. So a portion of the statute that authorized, so on page 38, this regulation is no longer in effect. It required CSLB to provide a disclosure form. The law used to provide, and I apologize, I'm getting my bearings here. The law used to require CSLB to provide a form that contractors could use in their contracts that makes a disclosure about general liability insurance. The law changed many years ago to remove that requirement, and instead it requires the contractors to provide that form. As a result, CSLB no longer has this form in its regulations. But this is also happening because in 2011, and again, we're talking a long time ago, 2011, we have commercial general liability longer valid because it doesn't discuss the requirement that LLCs must have commercial general liability insurance as a condition of licensing. So these are very technical changes to the law that we're trying to fix. Staff can make the changes because they're not considered major or significant enough to go. You'll see that we're changing the form on page 40, must have commercial general liability insurance. That was all Regulation 872. At page 43, it talks about requiring a written estimate in a bid. That is the update all of the parties involved in this process think is best. And if there's no public comment and no changes that we need to make to this language, we won't have to bring it to the board again like we did with these other two items to find.
Recommendation is as follows. Withdraw the 2017 motion in relation to CCR Section 872 and approve a new motion for this rulemaking proposal. Approve the proposed regulatory text for CCR Section 872 and 872.1. Authorize the registrar to take all steps necessary to pursue the rulemaking through the CCR Section 100 procedures and make any of the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing access. And if approved by the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency, set the matter for a hearing if preferred or requested. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period, authorize the registrar to adopt the proposed regulations at CCR Sections 872 and 872.1 as filed with the Office of Administrative Law for public notice, and take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process, making any non-substantive changes to the text and or rulemaking package as needed throughout the process. At this time, any comments from board members?
Yes, I have a question. I don't recall using Section 100 before, and so can you, is it new, or did we not use it, or is it now possible for us to use it? And what are the chances of these changes that we're voting on today of going through and being approved?
I am going to defer to our regulatory counsel, Danny Rogers.
Hi there. A Rule 100 has existed as an alternative means to a regular rulemaking, and it's a lot faster process for passing regulatory changes. OAL has 30 working days as opposed to requiring the board to go through a 45-day comment period. We do feel confident that based on the nature of the changes, which is question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional comments from board members?
Yes, I have a question. For clarification purposes, as you said, indicated this is very long, but you made a comment that consumers will no longer get a written estimate. Is that correct?
That's correct. The statute, there was a statute, 7159.3, that was repealed. And that statute had a lot of things in it that was put into a later version of the home improvement contract requirements that provide a lot of protection for consumers. But as sometimes go with these statutes, and I don't know why this occurred, the sentence that required an estimate to be in writing was just removed from the law. And so that it is no longer right now required to have a written estimate in a home improvement contract.
Is there anything in place to protect the consumer?
On that issue alone, just a written estimate, there isn't anything that requires it right now. Dave, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think we only have two mics on at a time without the background. What protects the consumer, though, is a requirement that the contract itself be in writing and clearly describe the work that's going to be done. And it must be a fixed price with payments directly referenced to the work that will be completed. The estimate would not need to be in writing. And that's not been a consumer protection problem that we've encountered at the Contractors Board. As long as the contract's in writing and they get the 3 or 5 day right to rescind that contract if they have second thoughts.
I would also just note for the record, the legislative division at CSLB is trying to wrap this up this year, but it's one of our strategic plan items to improve and clarify the home improvement contract requirements. There are a lot of requirements. They were amended over a bunch of years, and they're confusing and duplicative, and it's a big legislative proposal. Comment I thought I'd add for Board Member Granzella, I don't know if this helps on the Section 100. I've always thought of it as we talk in here a lot about omnibus bills in state statute, which are technical, non-clarifying changes to state statute that fix typos or clarify issues. I've always thought of the Section 100 as being sort of the administrative rulemaking aspect version of an omnibus bill. Do you think that analogy works?
Thank you, Mike. Any additional comments from board? Jason, anything from the public?
No public comments.
Thank you. At this time, is there a motion and a second?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any additional board comment on the question? Anything from the public, Jason?
No public comments.
All right, thank you. Heather, please call the roll.
Susan Granzella. Aye. Kevin Albanese.
Yes.
Frank Altamura.
Aye.
Rodney Kobos. Aye. David Delatorre. Aye. James Ruane.
Thank you, Heather. And finally, our last legislative agenda for today is item E on page 46. California Code of Regulations, Section 884, Assessment of Civil Penalties. Unlike the previous 4 agenda items, this item relates to a rulemaking request that the board has not yet seen. A few minutes ago, we updated the board to the passage of AB 569 this year, a CSLB-sponsored bill which raised specified civil penalties. As a result of that bill, it is time to update the CSLB regulations accordingly. Chief, do you want to fill us in on that, please?
Yes, famous last words. This is really the most straightforward of the bunch. A bill was passed that changes our civil penalty fees, and as a result, those fees are all listed in regulation. We need to change the regulation. It's considered Section 100 because it's just complying with the state statute. And if the board takes a look at pages 47, 48, and 49, you can see all the amounts that were changed by the statute. So we're just asking permission to get the rulemaking started to have the regulation comply with the statute that the governor signed, the board-sponsored bill. Thanks.
The staff recommendation is as follows. Approve the proposed regulatory text for CCR Section 884. Authorize the registrar to take all steps necessary to pursue the rulemaking through the CCR Section 100 procedures and make any non-substantive changes to the text and/or rulemaking package as needed throughout the process. Alternatively, if deemed necessary by the Department of Consumer Affairs or the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency, initiate the regular rulemaking process, making any non-substantive changes to the text and/or rulemaking package as needed throughout the process. And if approved by the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency, set the matter for a hearing if preferred or requested. If no adverse comments are received during the 45-day comment period, authorize the registrar to adopt the proposed regulations to CCR Section 884 as filed with the Office of Administrative Law for public notice and take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process, making any non-substantive changes to the text and or rulemaking package as needed throughout the process. Any board member comments? Anything from the public, Jason?
No public comments.
All right. At this time, is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any additional board comments on the question? Anything from the public, Jason?
No public comment.
Frank Altamura.
Yes.
Rodney Kobos. Mark. James Ruane.
Aye.
Johnny Simpson. Nancy Springer.
Yes.
Mary Teichert. Motion carries.
Thank you, Heather. And that concludes the Legislative Committee update.
Thank you, Mr. Ruane. I believe you're hired, so, thank you for the presentation and to Mike. So, leading us through the licensing and testing portion of our meeting is Licensing Chair Licensing Chair Miguel Galarza. Miguel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Susan. My name is Miguel Galarza, and I am honored and to assume the role of the Licensing and Testing Committee. I can remember the anxiety of being a contractor or trying to be a contractor 30 years ago. And so this being able to chair this committee is quite exciting as my first assignment under the board. And so with that, I'd like to begin with talking about the statistical updates that we have that begin in our pamphlet on page 55. And with that, I would like to invite Chief Paddock to come up and actually not come up, but to ask him to waive his presentation today in the interest of time. However, I know Chief in our handout. Are there any questions from the board regarding the statistics that we haven't overviewed? Hopefully you've had a chance to glance over. Jason, are there any public comments regarding the statistical information provided agenda item? Thank you, Chair. The next would
Actually,
be
Chair,
an update.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question. In the statistics, can you give us an update on the online renewals? That's, I see the stats are there, but, I mean, the bottom line is, are you pleased? Oh, did I say something wrong?
Absolutely. No, you did not say something wrong. Thankfully, our former public affairs chief texted us and said, we'll avoid the feedback if we get this thing away from that speaker, so that's why it moved us back. So Rick Lopes, thank you for watching today. At 6, I want to basically tell you, okay, Mary will still have to do a paper renewal. But for most of our contractors with just one qualifier on record, you won't have to actually have staff process anything. You can do it automatically in your pajamas on a Saturday night. So if there's any other questions, happy to answer them.
Thank you.
See that there are actually 2 surveys that were conducted, one on license applications and one on consumers and their filing of complaints in the Enforcement Division. Police, we should all be pleased at the positive numbers that have come based on the licensing applications and that report. The surveys that in satisfactory numbers regarding consumer complaints. So with that,
Well, thank you. We often just fluctuating 2 or 3%, and we believe it's because we had to cut $7 million from our approved budget, and about $5 million came from the enforcement program, so they took a real hit. That reduced our, I would say restricted our ability to use our industry expert program. We referred fewer cases to arbitration, and we had to leave a lot of positions vacant. We're hoping, though, we're optimistic that the governor will sign our fee bill, and then we can fully fund the enforcement program. And we can, we're also going to be going back out into the field, or we have started to go back out in the field to perform site visits, to meet with consumers in person, and we believe we can turn that around. Board to other boards that also survey their complainants. We've been very high. We've had a high status. I mean, the contractor is not somebody we need to move out of the marketplace. We seize every opportunity we can to settle the case.
board members, are there any comments you have regarding the 2 surveys presented today? Seeing none, Jason, do we have any public comment?
We have no public comments.
Hearing there's no public comments, and given that there are no further action items for the board, this concludes the portion of the Licensing and Testing Committee, and I move back to you, Susan.
Whoops, thank you, Miguel. We are now on the enforcement section of our agenda, and I turn it over to Enforcement Committee Chair Rodney Kobos.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Gonzalez. Enforcement Program Statistical Update. The Enforcement Program Statistical Overview can be found on page 101 of your board packet. I would like to quickly bring to your attention to the pending investigation section. As noted, as of July 2021, the pending caseload is 3,932, just shy of the optimum maximum caseload that can be handled timely with current staffing. The Enforcement Division bore much of the budget reduction burden and currently has 19 total vacancies, including 5 consumer service representatives, CSRs, and 7 special investigators. Upon budget approval, the Enforcement Division plans to commence hiring with an initial focus on the recruitment of CSRs. This is an informational item only. No action is required of the board. Any comments from board members? Jason, is there any public comment?
We have no public comments.
Thank you. That concludes the Enforcement Committee update.
Thank you, Rodney. We are zipping along here. Next, on to the executive portion of the agenda. It will be, first is the review and possible approval of the June 3rd, 2021 board minutes, which begin on page 109. May I have a motion to accept the board minutes?
So moved.
Second.
I just have one minute. I can't find the page. Please, so on page 116, that shows that I voted twice. I believe I.
That amendment, or that change?
Susan Granzella. Kevin Albanese.
Aye.
Frank Altamura.
Aye.
Rodney Cobos.
Aye.
Miguel Galarza. Donald Garatano. Diana Love. Michael Mark.
Aye.
James Ruane.
Aye.
Johnny Simpson. Nancy Springer.
Yes.
Mary Tykert. Motion passes.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask for a motion to approve the July 17th. It's the July
27.
Oh, it was, you're right. I had on here, it was wrong. So it's July, so do I have a motion to approve the July 27, 2021 board minutes?
So moved.
Susan Granzella. Kevin absence. Miguel Galarza. Simpson. Nancy Springer. Mary Tykert. Motion carries.
Any public comment? We will review and possibly approve the report, which includes programs.
Well, thank you. This is what we consider a quarterly, regularly scheduled board meeting. We have to have 4 of these a year. Our next quarterly board meeting is tentatively scheduled for approximately the second meeting to be in person or virtual. So I really welcome your feedback on whether or not you thought the meeting today in person was beneficial, and we should consider that for December. Prior to that meeting, we may well have a closed door session that'll be discussed, and also there may be committee meetings, depending on the need. So my next item was the battery energy storage system outreach. I know all of the board members received an update regarding the workshop that we had last Friday. It was very well attended. We had up to we actually had 133 attendees at one point. And it had no impact on the general building contractor's ability to continue to build homes. Question, or a fact sheet, if you will, industry bulletin that's currently clarifying the rules so everybody understands what division or apprenticeship standards that oversaw the Department of Industrial Relations Electrician Certification Program representatives in person or their workforce to next item, the board upon this in turn very excited about obtaining any to work and looks.
We will move on to.
Good morning, members from licenses, while still having enough cash flow to continue operations. Year end, we spent $65 million. We ended with $73 million. If you flip the page, you'll see 430 positions. Really giving back the staff. This project, we ended the year with $3.7 million in reserves. This will help 22-23, $1 million in expense reductions. The goal of the $7.1 million. And our final savings was $10.5 million, so we did really well. So I just want to thank for the support of the board, as well as our amazing staff for working together. We definitely were able to identify those expenses that we could postpone and just reduce, ultimately keeping us from going into the red. Statistical summary, which detail by month, and our renewals were up and kind of helped.
The projected revenue number for 22-23, that does not include the potential of a fee increase. That's based upon current fees?
Correct.
And gotcha. And just one comment, if I may. I think our staff did an absolutely fantastic job. Given the budget constraints that we ran into a couple years ago and especially on the enforcement side that's out there. So as much as we've done those coffers back and get our enforcement teams out there dealing with the public. So thank you. Great job.
Actually, I have a comeback. How does that impact the budget? Is it a credit in the future? Because I'm sure it was substantial. It was 9%. So can you elaborate?
So we already got that back. So what happened on the DCA side is they cut our budget last year. And then, so when they were building the budget for this fiscal year, they added that back in. So that's why our budget, if you notice, last fiscal year was $70 million, and this year is going to be $73 million.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
We have no public comments.
All right, as there's no action required of the board, we'll move on to the next agenda item. Next is the administration program update, which begins on page 163. In the interest of time, we will not be making a presentation, but Tanya Corcoran is always available. Should we put your cell number in here? Yeah, always available to answer questions on our administration update. Thank you. Is there any comment from board members? Any public comment?
No public comments.
Thank you. As there's no action required of the board, we'll move on. Next is information technology update. Next, please turn to page 169 on your board packet for the information technology update. Jason Perez, who is also manning our donation phone line during our fundraiser, you know. But he has so gallantly going above and beyond, I shall say, and you will have, it's on page 169 if anyone has any comments. Any board comments? All right, and any public? Yeah.
We have no public comments.
All right, as there is no action required of the board, I'm now going to call a 10-minute recess so staff can reconfigure this room for our strategic planning item. They have asked that we all head outside for a few minutes so that they can set up quickly. Please return to this room in 10 minutes, and that would be 10:55. And look for your nameplate when you come back. Thank you.
welcome. Okay, so we planning session. Please, there you go. And I'm here. We are here as a neutral party. We're here to guide you all in the development of your strategic plan. So we're here to provide structure to the meeting, but you all are the experts. You all are the ones that are going to develop the specific objectives that will go into your strategic plan. We're here, there's two of us. One, you'll see us switch places throughout the day. Fix them. Our purpose today is phones on you. Thank you. If you do have any phones on you, if you can please put them silent or vibrate. If you do have to take an important call, please step outside as to not interrupt the other board members, other participants. We do ask to respect one another's contributions. We all have different experiences, perspectives, and backgrounds. They're all valid, and they all help develop an effective strategic plan and strategic objectives. We do ask that you self-monitor. We will be guiding you. We'll be setting timers for each of the goal areas. I'll cover that in just a moment. And we do ask that you limit side conversations. Those could also be disruptive, and we can miss out and possibly great objectives that you may be discussing with someone else. And lastly, be willing to reach consensus. We have quite a few of you here, and we may not specifically get an objective up there that is sitting 100% well with you, but we do ask that you reach consensus and with other board members and their perspectives. Oh, there you go. So for today's agenda, let me face the PowerPoint here. So we did our introductions. We'll go through a strategic planning overview, a quick overview. We will do a quick overview of your mission, vision, and values. Very important to read those and understand them in order to develop objectives that will help accomplish those mission, vision, values. We will quickly review the goal area statements before going into developing objectives for that specific goal area. The objectives should really reflect the goal. Will develop objectives for the 5 goal areas, and I apologize, that's a little small there, but it's licensing and testing, enforcement, legislation, review. Where is the board now? That is in your mission statement. And it's also in the environmental analysis that was provided to you. We did an environmental scan, so we surveyed different stakeholder groups and got their feedback in regards to the board's performance. You understand where you are now as a board. That vision is by your goal areas, which are already established, and also objectives that you will establish. There is a handout in front of you. It might be underneath another packet that looks like this, but the handout is activity. Once I say go, tap all the way up to the corner. That's your number 1. So I'm going to give you 30 seconds. If you would like to share, here, number 1, you'll find in box, which is box. You can start again. Are there any questions before?
Explain the concept. I'm not understanding what we're doing.
The activity? Yes. Is that you find order and see how this grid, and now number 10 will be in box number 1. No? Okay, so I'm going to give you another 30 seconds. Now, go. Okay, 30 seconds up. 38. So the point of the exercise, if you did it the first time and the second time, I noticed that you had a significantly larger number. The point of the exercise is when you don't have a strategic plan, when you just have, we're just going to start putting out fires, it's effectively accomplish your mission. So the roadmap, so CSLB has started the strategic planning process a couple months ago. It went through a preliminary process where our facilitators met with a CSLB executive team to establish a tailored strategic planning process for the board.
Then the environmental scan was conducted, stakeholders were surveyed, board members interviewed, all have had the opportunity to review the summaries, to develop objectives based on any weaknesses, draft the strategic plan and send it to the executive team for review. Any questions? In each of the goal areas, so internally evaluating the board's performance, how the board is doing. And then we asked for opportunities and threats. So anything that's going on in the environment outside of the board's control that may impact the board. And those were opportunities and threats. So as you review your scan, you'll have a couple minutes to look at it before each of the goal areas are external indicators of what's going on outside in the environment. So the environmental scan this time around in 2021, we had 422 participants, and 2018 we had 917 participants. So here's the breakdown. Objective. No? And lastly, the values. How you're going to do it. Okay, any more time? No? So when developing, so remember, as board members, as the executive team here, these are the management team and the executive. Action-oriented uses action words. The last sheet of the handout that was provided to you has a list, don't have a specific objectives that are crucial to follow any other pending items out there. So in those situations, we have to help guide you. It's not required that you action. So I'm going to read off the first one. Create, that's the action. And the issue is, so the action word is really important and should be an action. We have seen a lot of strategic plan objectives that say they have more passive review, evaluate with no, and create, review and consider, and have something that is at the end. Yeah, you will have a given when you're done providing objectives for us to document. And lastly, requested at the end of each thing. Here is this, give you 3 minutes to review and jot down any specific minutes are up. Did you need more time? Attention. Have or the issue you would like to determine whether you're ready to move on, whether you're ready to move on from a specific objective. So day-to-day tasks, that's specific items, and once they're accomplished, checked off. So when you have your new strategic plan, you have new items that you're addressing. And lastly, when we do call on you to speak, please speak clearly, slowly, and loudly so we can capture correctly. 40 minutes, so we're setting aside 40 minutes. Can we get it off of presentation? Or out of presentation?
Oh, out of presentation.
Yes. Okay. Yes. At this time, you had a few minutes to review the summaries for the first goal area, which is licensing and testing. Do you have any objectives that you would like to add for the strategic plan? And if you can please raise your hand so there's not confusion. Ms. Teicher?
Okay, so would an example be for using this worksheet to say
to continue automating and streamlining all life.
Please repeat that clearly, slowly, and loudly for.
That's the challenge of this thing. Okay, let's see. So the verb would be.
Correct. From the summaries, you selected the items that should be addressed. Thank you. And Board Chair? Together, everyone will make any refinements, if you would like to make any refinements or changes, and then we move on to the next suggestion. Thank you. Yes. Professional development, portfolio. We typed up what you said, which is establish a pipeline awareness, and we were trying to figure out the why, which is.
And the why is there's a lot of students in construction management in the industry, and they're not looking at being a licensed contractor per se to
Okay.
Do you want to include the word construction management in there somewhere?
Okay. To assist construction management students. Any other suggestions for this objective? So again, the objective, are you able to see it clearly up here, or would you like us to increase the font size? You can see it? Okay, so it's establish a pipe, and we'll go back to the first objective in just a moment. So the second objective is to establish a pipeline awareness to assist construction management students advance their careers through licensing. Thank you. Any refinements, any objectives? Any objectives, any?
On number one, I think it's good to
It can, if, I appreciate that. If we can, please just make sure that we're done with objective number 2, and then we can go back to number 1. Thank you. Any additional suggestions for objective number 2, or are you all okay with having that on the strategic plan? So green cards, that means go, yeah?
So I have a question. So of the survey, there's a lot of like licensing contesting weaknesses, and we're trying to figure out ways to strategically tackle some of those weaknesses, correct?
Correct.
So just from everyone saying there's the licensing process is too lengthy and the renewal process, so that I think Mary highlighted the first continuous to help with that streamlining process. Is there any other ones here that we need to kind of focus on? Is there any recommendations from staff?
Yes, and we will.
If I read this correctly, I believe that's the objectives are there. They took the strengths and they took the weaknesses, and those were then put in the objectives. And then we'll just basically see what's going on for everyone. Can you please go here?
That's my thought, right?
Correct. This is what you have up here is the strategic plan that is just a resource for you if you would like to move any of.
So my question is for staff, then, is there anything on this weaknesses here that we?
And streamlining all licensing process to better additional refinements to the first objective.
Public and maybe parentheses with the.
Clearly moved on from the first and second objective.
I feel like
also be a point of confusion. The planning sessions typically plan your formal strategic plan. We don't vote on each objective. The voting happens when after all of this brainstorming has finished and the strategic plan has been drafted by us, by your suggestions today, the strategic, and then 4 hours. Typically, we do objectives for, there's a chance in the strategic plan by listing it in order. That's okay. We typically just recommend 3 to 6 objectives. It is brainstorming your, let's say, final strategic plan. You'll approve it in the next board meeting.
I know, but I thought I heard you say we're gonna be going for an hour.
Okay, so I'm going to repeat the instructions. We have new instructions. Okay, if I can get everyone's attention. So our new activity, we've changed the format. So you don't have to do it in this specific format. If you just come up with 2 objectives that the board should accomplish in the next couple of years, 3 to 5 years. Priority, take a look at the summaries if that helps. If any of the specific suggested objectives looks good to you, you can write that down. We do ask them if you can write them down. So we'll go by table. You can either read it off to us, or if you prefer, you can bring the paper to, or I can pick up the paper and I'll have Trisha type it up for you. Any questions about the new instructions? And this is how we're going to do it throughout the day.
How much time for each table?
Thank you. How many minutes do you think you'll need? 10 minutes? Okay. So we'll start the timer now. time warning. You have 2 minutes left. We will come back in 2 minutes. At this moment, if you're done, if you would like me to pick up. And we'll get started here shortly. We're typing up the objectives that we received. So bear with us. Thank you. Okay, if I can, sorry. It's looking at the enforcement goal area here, who will be typing them up, and we will go is looking at those in the summaries and start drafting 2 objectives per table, and then we'll do the same drill. Any questions? No? Okay, so right after you finish that, we'll go to lunch. over, I can pick them up, and once you come back from lunch, we will start with licensing, go through all the ones that we've typed up, and then move on to enforcement since we're almost
our game plan is we're just going to keep powering through these. So the next one is legislation. And you can just use, if you should all have this in your packet as your scratch paper. We'll give you about 10 minutes per table. I'll walk around after a few minutes. If you have them, collect them. We'll type them up. And then what we're going to do is at the end of the day, we'll have all your suggestions typed up. If you have time to go back over them, great. If not, we'll create a strategic plan with all these objectives, and you guys can vote on which ones to keep. And you can slim it down. But for now, we're just going to get ideas. So do we all know that we're doing objectives for legislation?
Yes.
Okay? All right. You'll have about 10 minutes. I'll walk around and collect them. All right, that was 10 minutes for legislation. Any more tables have legislation objectives? Okay. All right, our next goal area is public affairs. So go ahead, we'll give you 10 minutes per table to brainstorm objectives for public affairs. All right, that was 10 minutes for public affairs. Do we have any stray public affairs objectives heating out there, or did we get them all? Got one more? Okay, perfect. All right, looks like we have a couple more. And that is executive, administration, and IT. So we'll give you All right, that's 10 minutes. Does anyone need a little bit more time to come up with an executive objective? So do we have any more executive objectives? Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so as the lead facilitator finishes typing up your suggestions, our game plan is to go back to the beginning and have you look at everything that people have come up with for each goal area. Once you've looked at all the objectives for each goal area, we'll go back and we'll decide which ones to keep. Because right now, if you kept all the objectives, I think the time frame for your strategic plan might just be forever instead of 2 to 5 years. So I'll let my lead facilitator finish up typing, and then we'll go back to the beginning and just look at what everyone's come up with for each objective. And then we'll go and winnow out what we don't want to keep so that we have a reasonable amount for the CSLB staff to achieve in the strategic plan timeframe. Sound good? All right, so just give us a couple more minutes. We'll finish typing. All right, so your grand total objectives right now is 73. So we're going to winnow that down. So we're going to start looking at your licensing and testing first. And so we're going to go through each slide and give you a chance to read the objectives that your tables, your groups have come up with. And then we'll go back to the first slide and just decide which ones we want to keep and just keep going. All right? So we'll give you a minute to read the first slide. Okay, are we ready for the next slide? Okay, we're ready for the next one. Okay, are we ready for the next slide? Okay, are we ready for the next slide? Okay, and I think we have one more slide for licensing. All right, so I heard some people talking about like combining certain ones, and that's a really good strategy. So we'll go back to the first slide and we'll see if we can combine any of these or else if you want to get rid of them. Yes, please.
It seems like we have a number.
Okay, so,
Talk about women in construction.
right. So what we can do is we can paste them on to just one single slide so you can see them all together. Yep. Okay, okay. So if you can just let us know which ones you want us to copy onto one slide. Looks like that third one down might be one of the ones you were talking about. Is that correct? Yep, okay. Okay. And it looks like the second one, yep, the assess, okay. All right.
One about community colleges might go with that too. Yes.
Okay.
Is that on the first slide?
What about the very first slide? Was there one about community college on the very first slide?
That's the one we moved.
Okay. So we already have, okay, good. Are we still missing one more? Okay.
I think the assess one on slide 18, the second line of slide 18, I think that would be the first one.
Okay, oh, the established pipeline?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Would the study our applicants to understand where they're coming from? Would that belong there with that?
We could put it there, it's pretty simple, it's got a relationship.
Okay. All right. Okay, so this is our slide with all the pasting. Okay.
Can I ask a question about that last one? I just have never heard of that, it's really interesting. That one, on that last slide that you were on, the one about other states. I actually have anything about that, I wonder what that is. The multi-state contract.
Yeah. Does anyone have any? Okay. I see some head nods, so. And if I was typing, it's possible I misread your printing too. So if something doesn't look right, please question it or.
I have a question about that, because I don't know if that's one I came up with. When we talked about potentially waiving trade exams, you have one where we would
consider whether the trade is considered health and safety related or has a defined skilled workforce. And that was a little bit long. That could be, I thought the objective was more to study, see if we should pursue reciprocity or exam waiver with other states for specific trades and then not for other trades.
Okay. So we're talking about that one right there? The one that she's
Not sure.
highlighted?
That could be. Well, that's up above.
Okay,
I don't know.
okay, all right.
Oh, so could those be combined then? Is that what you were asking, Dave?
Well, the one I guess I have the one right above it, but I don't know the bottom one. It's very similar to it, I think. It's about looking at reciprocity opportunities, I think.
We do that already, don't we? No, we just did a study, right? I mean, it's one that we added with North Carolina or something.
Well, we weren't able to add North Carolina. I guess what I was hoping though, was mine was the one above it, only that I think the board should consider whether there are some trades that they don't want to consider reciprocity for. Because we're being pressured by a lot of other states to consider reciprocity for trades of which I don't know if the board's in favor of. Are there other trades that feel like we want to study that if we were to,
Okay.
try to change the way we're doing exam development. I believe that we're leaders in the country in exam development.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to studying it.
So we could just eliminate those two because we were trying to winnow this down. So if you don't think that those are applicable,
So what's interesting to me actually across this. Be like what you said on the other one, number, like assess and, follow up or act accordingly or something. But just let's find out more about why does everybody else think we should do this?
right? So it could be assess and revise if necessary or if appropriate.
How about assess and address?
Okay, assess and address. And then would it be requirements for licensure, including new and emerging technologies and processes? Does that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, the challenge is, you get a license, 20 years ago, you're not going to have, I mean.
All right, and so then the benefit would be, would the benefit be something about relevant skills or relevant exams? Okay, that one. How's that? Yep, okay, so then we can take out the revamp and revise ones. Okay, and then what about the two above? Do we want to keep them? Okay, and it's perfectly fine to include projects in your strategic plan just to ensure that they do get done. It's like there's that accountability. So that's perfectly fine if you want to keep that one.
And what I'll say is it's not online testing locations. That certainly would be something that would require further study and consideration.
Okay.
What we're doing is the PSI. So 22 sites throughout the state. You can take your tests late at night. You can take them on Saturday and Sunday. That's what's going to happen next July.
Okay.
And that's because of a bill change.
All right, so for that one that says enhance, do we need to have PSI in front of exam process?
That's who the vendor happens to be. I'm wondering if it's something you want me to do in the future, it would be, you want me to look at online testing.
Okay,
The rest, I believe, I have to keep accountable to you on what you've already told me to do.
okay. All right, so we're good to remove the first one then?
Remove those words that you highlighted. I think you get it covered anyways, because if you do it online, you can be consistent with the process.
All right, so it looks like we're keeping the rest, all three of these now.
That would be my advice. I think you've encapsulated it the first now.
Okay. Yep. And then we can highlight the licensing examinations with yellow. Yeah, we're done with this one. All right, so let us know if you want to pull any other objectives that look similar to you. Okay, so it looks like we're good with these two.
Maybe that should be more like an internal thing, because like a go-to handbook.
So for the Research and Explore Construction Academy, do we want to keep that one? All right, so this objective, I'm kind of getting the feeling that we're kind of leaning towards getting rid of it because it'd be expensive and it's kind of already done. All right, so we did just move that one, thank you, L, to enforcement. Sure. All right, so this is our last slide. She's pasted everything that was left and hasn't been discussed yet, so. All right, so do we want to keep that one or do we want to?
I can just say that there's either specialty license.
People watching right now with their audio, lost their audio.
Oh, okay. Do we need to pause right now? All right. So it sounds like we were leaning towards deleting the first one, the survey agency partner. Okay. All right. And how about this next one? We already had that one that addressed technology, so do you want to keep this one as well? I'm seeing some head nods. Okay, so that one's going to go too. We've already addressed the technology. And then this last one? Yeah, is that what you said you were already doing, Justin?
Yeah, like you said.
Okay. Okay. Okay, excellent. We'll keep it then.
Is PSI locked in or should we say vendor?
PSI is not. Okay.
So can we, just run through all the list real quick of all of them?
Yes. Yes. Uh-huh. So this is the first slide now. Are you ready for the next one? Okay. Is that it? Wow, so you went from how many to 6? From 15 to 6. That's great, okay. All right, so Elle will take over for the next one, and I will do the typing.
We will follow the same procedure for the enforcement. So we'll start off with the first objective that was already refined. So that one's ready to go, so we can go to the next. I'll let you take a moment to review all of the objectives, then we'll come back and do refinements. Ready for next slide? And that's the last slide. We have a total of 15?
Yes, 15.
Okay. So we're starting off with that slide there. Would you like to see a group of similar objectives on the same slide, or just start off reading off?
There was quite a bit that was like workers' comp.
Okay.
Maybe just put all of them on one slide first.
Okay. So we can. Thank you, Tricia. So Tricia's creating a slide and moving all of the workers' comp. Let us know which ones not here. Top one. Thank you. So we have 3 of the workers' comp objectives here together. Is there any preference, the wording of any of these objectives?
Should the second one go under legislation?
Thank you. So we're deleting one of these objectives. They're exactly the same. And I heard, should the the first objective be moved to legislation goal area?
Yeah.
Yes, okay, so we'll copy and paste it and we'll come back to it. Just give us a moment to toss it in. So how does this objective sound?
If you go back one slide, there was another workers' comp. 2 slides. Top one there, SB 216.
Thank you.
I think on slide 22.
Thank you. Would anyone like to attempt to combine these?
Actually, the top one, the
Okay, so the first objective here is deleted. It's going to be deleted. Does this objective sound okay, or would you like to refine it? Looks good? Okay, so we can copy and, we can highlight it. That one's. Would you like to look at other objectives on the same page? Should we move anything into this page so you can? Okay. Is there anything here? No, right, with unlicensed activity?
This is to reduce.
Oh, there you go. Thank you. So move the third objective. The third objective here. Okay, so we have all the unlicensed activity objectives on one slide for you. Any of these should be removed.
The first and second and last one's the same. Yeah, like, did you notice, like, the people, we don't think the same thing as the external people. You notice how big that is? That's what I think. So, I mean, one thing we could say is the external people all messed up. The other thing we could say is we might have some blind spots. I don't know. And I'm one of the people that thought we do everything great. So, but somebody in the world, like all these stakeholders that think we should do something, I'd like to understand what those people are thinking. So either it would be like an outreach and public affairs thing, or maybe what they're expecting from us isn't what we think we're delivering. So there could be a gap of what they think we're supposed to do versus what they see us doing. Or two is that we could have some blind spots, and so I think we should dive into some stuff and find out whether they see what we don't see. So this was about figuring out how do we understand what they're seeing. So can we understand this? Just get that kind of periscope up, let's take a look around and see what they see that we're not seeing.
A good example would be to address all of the unlicensed people that are advertising for construction. That's been a real concern of many of the industry people that I've spoken to. How do they get away with that? If you wanted to had to sell illegal drugs or something, you could stop, or you could do it for construction projects. So it would be good to survey them, see really get their ideas on how we could improve our enforcement operations.
Okay, so I hear an objective here. Do some research or survey.
Or maybe that's an action under here.
Yeah, maybe survey and develop.
Okay, I heard research and develop.
Or it could be an action item, because the point here is to develop a way to understand it. You know, I don't know, maybe the survey's the right way. That could be an action or how
Or
we
it could
do
be research that we did when encompass the survey. If you felt that was necessary.
So research and develop.
And include a survey as a possible action under the under how to research it.
And we'll make a note under the slide during action planning. The facilitator can reference it. So research and develop an objective way to understand the scope of unlicensed activity, to put this issue at the right priority level, and to avoid board blind spots.
Maybe instead of avoid board blind spots, because that's what I put down since I felt like maybe I don't see what everybody else sees. But what we could say is to avoid a mismatch between board perception and external perception. Because a mismatch could either be because we don't see something, or it could be because the external people are expecting something that we don't actually do. So I don't know what it is really.
Okay,
So, so instead of board blind spots, I would delete those 3 words and put in a gap between public perception and board perception. That could either be our thing we need to change or their thing that we need to help outreach about, if that makes sense.
I think the public doesn't think we do enough enforcement because we're at topped out caseload. So it's letting the public know maybe that we can't get to every case. And that's kind of what's unfortunate. And even what Register of Vote has stated on advertisements, there's only so, if every person sent in an advertisement, we wouldn't have the staff to go after and look back at all advertisements, unfortunately. What's our caseload, 3,300 open cases? And then we're trying to make sure we get to them.
Would be interesting to Dave's point though, if we could maybe do some high leverage stuff, like we could really crack down on that advertising, that's an interesting point. Maybe like stem the tide of those 3,300 cases. So this would be between public and board perceptions. Public thinks something different. Okay. Yeah.
No, it fits in there, but I think one thing I would like is for the board to consider how we prioritize on proactive resources. Because a lot of what we're talking, we've always prioritized the consumer fraud complaints, but we have approximately 30 people that are available to work with industry to deal with the unlicensed activity, the active job sites. They've been spending a lot of their time in the last couple of years on workers' comp issues. So I think we have to go back to the board and say, how do you think we most appropriately use the resources we have to be as effective as possible?
Is this another objective?
Well, I think it's in there somewhere, but that's kind of what's standing out to me. I know the industry's not happy with our proactive enforcement because we only have about 30 people. We probably have 100,000 people operating illegally. So it's best to use those staff.
Okay, so Tricia's taking a stab at refining the benefit here, to use resources as effectively as possible and to avoid a gap between public and board perception. Does that accurately capture the intention here?
You want to add use proactive resources, or is that too limited, too much?
I think it's resources in general, but I do think we ought to, we do routinely meet with industry, we need to do more of that and see. I always looked at industry as funding our proactive enforcement unit, so they're stakeholders. Are they happy with how we're conducting our enforcement operations? If not, I'm going to improve on it.
So maybe I wonder, because I feel like one danger of packing too much stuff into that one item is we're going to lose its meaning. But what about that second item where it says continue addressing unlicensed activity? What if we have leveraging proactive resources to address unlicensed activity as a critical focus, and then we could figure out where that is in our list. I think if Dr. is right, David, part of what you're saying is how are we going to use our proactive resources? Like here, workers' comp, all the other stuff we could be doing.
So keeping the first and the second objective?
Yeah.
Okay, and the second objective. Any additional changes to the second one?
So the third one might be part of the second one?
Should we remove the third objective? Yeah. Okay. And the new third objective.
Could you add unpermitted to the first issue, unlicensed and unpermitted? And then get rid of line 3.
So unlicensed and unpermitted activity? Okay, and get rid of the third objective?
I believe one of our board members is going to have a suggestion for the permits. I think that can go almost under public affairs.
Okay.
Or it should be separate from making unlicensed practice.
So these two objectives look okay? Yes, move on to the next slide. Is there any more similar objectives that we should group together? We have 2 other slides.
Is that one that provide equipment necessary, is that an action maybe for the proactive resources?
Which equipment is used?
So we're moving this objective to the previous slide.
I think we were.
As an action.
Yes.
I'm not sure what equipment we're talking about. Just
We already started that, by the way, with some of internally, just to look to see if it even works, functions properly. And then, but we still don't have that.
So I have a question. These 2 objectives address unlicensed activities. So is the equipment, is that only referring to unlicensed activity, or is it also equipment for the licensed activity cases that?
It's for all enforcement.
Okay, so if we move it underneath as an action item for these objectives, does it get lost? Are these 2 objectives addressing unlicensed activity only?
Well, if I heard you right, the basic thing is we need some equipment, and we would use it for this, and probably also for stuff against licensed contractors that are misbehaving. But I think if we've got it, it would be used for everything. So I think it's fine.
Okay. So it's okay to leave it as an action item?
Yeah, let me comment on that, is because our fee.
Any other refinements to this first objective? No? So moving on to the second objective.
Just like an in-house thing, like training.
It's training of our staff, but also it's going to be the administrative law judges that hear our cases. So I just think we do a study and then we say, okay, there are certain violations where they've caused significant consumer harm or they've enriched themselves when making that violation. We have the study and then we go out and meet with the Office of Administrative Hearings and say, you know, our boards address this and you can't be reducing a civil penalty on county's workers' comp to $100. It's just not acceptable.
Do you want to specify here who would be the audience? So create a structured enforcement training program?
Well, I mean, I guess that would like perform a study. I mean, I just think we need to review it. We need to have something that's defensible, and our staff will get behind it, and then the judges need to understand too.
So review and create.
And the population would be for staff and agency partners.
Okay.
That's the benefit or part of the issue?
Would it be to help staff and,
To improve investigation by staff and review of cases by third party.
Well, you know, I just kind of. That's why we need to have this, because we all need, we here at CSLB, we have a number of field offices, and people can't work independently, they start to do things a certain way. We need consistency, and we need to know what elements are required to make a referral to a DA for a criminal violation. So,
thank you. If you can please repeat that benefit again?
investigations, you know, I guess I would say to achieve statewide consistency and
To achieve statewide consistency.
yeah, and I would say, how about just legal actions? That could be both administrative and criminal actions. Statewide consistency and the quality of legal actions.
And the quality of legal actions. So be to improve investigations and get rid of through, and to achieve statewide consistency and the quality of investigations. Or just remove the rest, okay.
On the penalty amount, those handled within the contractor's license board, or is that as well as the assessment of the civil penalty is handled by us. Hearing, the judge can look at the range.
Any changes to that first one with the penalties? No? Okay, so for the second one, to achieve, and we want to make sure we capture it correctly, to achieve statewide consistency of investigations.
I think you do in the investigation and referral of quality legal action.
The investigation and referral.
Consistency in the.
So consistency in the investigation and referral, okay.
I mean, statewide consistency and quality in the investigation and referral of legal action.
Of legal
I
action.
don't know that you referral, we can wordsmith.
All right,
we just want consistency statewide in our legal actions to be able to support it, the actions that are taken, support and justify, that's all.
Okay, so these two objectives are good. What about the third one?
If I could add something there, I do think there's a real area that we could improve upon, and that is our But I think this objective was just to research whether we should identify one or two, I said three earlier, but one or two people that could be a liaison to these other groups to address potential violations, or maybe not. I know we have resource issues.
Well, the thing you said that I thought was awesome was if we have a liaison, because if you said if they put something together and they're sending it to us, like
They
the
do.
PIR's like, here's a problem, that's cool. I don't know that, I guess I maybe got caught on the word proactively, because I think when we said proactive resources, I like the idea of them pursuing people who don't have workers' comp insurance and aren't licensed.
No, I'm not suggesting we proactively go to public works sites. There's others doing that, but it is a referral. And one reason we're being criticized right now is we have very good investigators that have made referrals and they're not happy with what we've done with them. And that's why you need to have somebody understand what they should be doing with that referral.
So should this item be more like receive and address referrals from public works oversight agencies?
As the action.
That's the action.
Yeah.
So
the
res-
action- Yeah, the action would be.
I think it's a lot more than one might imagine. Southern California, we have a fire department that does nothing more than coordinate the PIR violation. Contractor's license issues. And all that.
If you send it to,
We get what happens now though is they revisit that concept. Well, I mean, really what you need though is you just need to. Public works violations, which are different than what you normally do.
So Pat, Jill, I think we're totally on the same page about we don't want unlicensed activity going on in public works projects either, and it may well be, so there's places that needs to happen. I guess what I'm thinking a little bit about too is like the mission statement and the purpose of it.
So how should this objective be refined? Does it accurately capture the intention?
Thought we could study it and bring to the board a plan. That's what
I don't know if it's a study, it's just like redirecting staff within the department to
thought it would be nice to have, a plan that, some kind of policy that we would be investigating public works jobs for specific violations. And that would be illegal substitution, unlicensed practice, no workers' comp, working out of class. I mean, those would be the four right there at the top. We have direct jurisdiction for it.
Would,
We get pressured by these different groups that want us to take action because they're unhappy with you.
Your point on, take a look at it.
Sure.
Because I'm all for us doing our job, but I'm also for other agencies doing their job.
so what was the refinement?
It was just under action items, I was proposing, if it's like, we could discuss, but my proposal was to say, like, study and research public works violation program. So that would be us understanding what do we do now, what do we need to do, how does that volume compare to what we have to do elsewhere? Just a little more background.
And study and research public works violation program, is that an action item to what?
Under the receive and address.
Receive and address?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I hear Dave saying is, well, that completely makes sense, is that that's a real issue, and we get this information from other places, and we have to do something. I don't have a complete understanding from where I'm sitting of what's going on now.
Okay.
And so if we redirect stuff, I feel AMC redirecting things, so I don't even know what there is, the baseline of where we're redirecting them from.
Okay.
We can look at all those things. I'm just thinking maybe enforcing a strategy, the first point would be to take a look and then do what we need to do.
So,
Does that seem to make sense? Cool. So,
Just looking at studying and researching our current program, and then the only thing I don't see there is reporting back to the board.
which is, yeah, assume.
Assume.
If it's not.
Let's go around.
so this third objective, receive and address potential public works violation and report awarding agencies to adhere to CSLL. Does that make sense to all the board members? Receive and address, yes? Okay. So we're moving on to, we have 3 left. This is our next one, pursue outside the box opportunities to increase funding for enforcement-specific operations.
Is this an action item under that first one, or try to get appropriate penalties?
I think it was Kevin, but what the common denominator, the common theme in here is like, we don't have enough people to do enforcement, you saw it. So he was thinking of something outside the box where we can create or generate some kind of resources so that we can cover some of these expenses that we have. I'm not sure I'm not doing it justice to Kevin, but I think that's going to be cool.
Do you have thoughts on what those ones?
No, just trying to think outside the box, but planting some seeds so that we can use it.
So is
I
it,
saw that in the other program as well.
is it appropriate for it to be under an action item or standalone?
Yeah, I mean, we'd have to do it through some type of enforcement act, civil penalty, we could pursue unfair business practices, and that would be something. I don't know how we get funding. Where is it coming from?
I think that's the question, how do we get funding, when we're being challenged with not having the resources to do every investigation we can, and this is what the, survey, people say, how we challenge, how we.
Maybe change it, because it seems like we're picking some of it up in another area. So maybe it's pursue outside the box opportunities to increase resources to assist in enforcement. Things like internship programs or coordinate with colleges, and they can do training and they can get some resources for you in different areas. Think out of the box and maybe use those.
Okay, so it's to increase resources to assist in enforcement operations? Enforcement-specific operations? Yes? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Can you be specific? I don't know.
Okay, remove specific. Enforcement operations, does that look okay to everyone? Yes? Okay, so moving on to, moving on to the last two objectives. And how does this first one look? Coordinate educational workshops with agency partners to share code knowledge for licensing and enforcement consistency.
We did do that already before COVID, right, where they would have group via OSC, CSLB type meetings, with partner meetings, like this fair contracting. So I don't know if we're not doing that anymore.
Well, yeah, we are still doing it, but Nancy, the opportunity.
Okay.
I think it's enforcement only because enforcement has weekly meetings, and so if we bring in other agencies, building departments, run with, to explain the most significant code violations, why we have those code violations, and why they should include them in their.
Okay, so the first objective here looks okay? Yes? So the second one, the last one here? Any refinements? Does it look good to stay?
Can we move that last one to administrative? Maybe like
Would you like,
executive, administrative, that this research and outreach? That seems like something like in-house, we need to do something in-house, not really enforced.
okay, so moving it to the executive goal area, we will do that now. Thank you. So going back to enforcement. We have, yes. Okay, we can quickly review all the ones that we have. Ready for the next slide? Next slide. Next slide. So we have 8 objectives. 8? 9?
It's down from 15.
Okay, we have 9 objectives. So before moving on to the next goal area, would you like to take a break? We do have a hard stop at 4 o'clock, but would you like to take a break? Okay, and how many minutes would that be? 10?
We'll say 5.
5, but it's 10, okay.
Okay.
So see you back at 3:15.
Okay. And if you see any others that you feel would also go with those two, let us know. We'll copy and paste them.
If I could, another legislative day, the third one there, I could go on the first one.
Thank you.
That'll be easier when COVID's over.
Right.
Not a-
All right, so it looks like we can definitely combine some.
Annual legislative party.
Let's see. I think that's it. So let's see if we can combine. All right, so let's take a look at this slide and let us know if you want to eliminate some or combine some. All right, so we could get rid of the, those. Okay, keep the second one? Okay, so get rid of the ones highlighted now? Okay.
Just out of curiosity, does that need to be a strategy or could it be a?
All right, so it sounds like, Mary, you're saying the staff.
If we could put an action item of establishing the same
Yeah.
legislation day, this would be part of the strategy of building these relationships.
Right, so make the one that's highlighted, that's going to be an action item supporting the objective above. Does that sound good? I'm seeing heads nod, so I think it's a go. All right, so it looks like we're good with this one, so we'll move on to the next slide. So how about that first one? Do we want to keep that? Okay. Yeah. And just true, but and also you want to avoid things that are you're going to be doing anyway. So the strategic plan should only be, yeah, they're goals you want to accomplish. But if it's something that is business as usual, it doesn't need to be in the strategic plan. So it sounds like this might be business as usual.
Something more proactive, and just thinking out loud, review policies and procedures to ensure current practices are in compliance with the APA. That's cool.
Okay.
So the action review.
Yeah. And the benefits the same.
All right. So the benefit's going to be the same as that top one.
Yeah, and then you can delete the top one.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and how about that second one? Now it's the first one, the create easily understood summary.
So I love that, particularly the sixth.
So, I mean, what you were describing, those would be excellent action items for this objective. And even, I don't know if you remember the board who you found that summary on that you thought was so great, but just researching how other boards do it and if there's a better way, those are all action items that would support that objective. Yep. All right. How about continue the one objective, continue seeking legislation? Right, we have a whole slide of those. The continue seeking legislation, the workers' comp. That one stays, so we can, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we have a whole slide of the workers' comp. Yeah. Yes. Yep. Last one? Okay, that's it then. All right, so how do we want to combine these? Okay, so it sounds like one suggestion is just to keep the first one and we can delete others.
I think that's right. I think, and if we have, yeah,
Okay,
we're gonna try to, the word is that SB 216, we're gonna move it forward next year. But that, rephrasing it the way we did gives us the coverage in case something happens with that bill, to continue prioritizing this.
okay, great. Okay. And let us know if there are other ones that we can move if you see them. So that first one, do you want to keep that? Evaluate.
Sponsoring legislation for
So should it say evaluate and pursue?
Well, I think it's incumbent upon
All right, so I'm looking at the objective underneath this one, and it seems tied to the one above, pursue or evaluate and ensure, and then that would encapsulate the objective underneath it. Okay. So keep it at determine. Okay. All right. And do we want to keep the objective underneath it? Okay, so we can get rid of it. And then Great, thank you. And do we need to highlight that last one? All right. Okay, so this slide is all you have left of legislation. So do we want to keep that first one? Okay, so we can make that an action item for some of the objectives already stated. Okay. Exactly. So do we agree that that first one we can get rid of because we just pretty much talked about it? Okay, good. What about the review and propose? And she actually added the research one too, right? Yeah.
Review and collaborate. Review and collaborate.
Okay.
Partnering agencies. I don't know that it's clean up rules, that's just how it's applicable to your asbestos certification.
What if we expanded the benefits, I mean, to determine CSLB's role in keeping the public safe from hazardous materials?
That's good.
And what do I refine from here?
So the issues that, do we like how the issues stated, or do you want to refine that a little? Looks good?
And that just leaves the question about the first one, which now, because of our third line, the first issue of hazardous certificate and the asbestos certificate, those two items today in law do not involve disaster, or any of that. Does the board want to?
People are using the license carefully.
And it's not like written, the way I understand it, it's
I think that's true. I think the last one gets to that. We can address it. We can meet with Cal Recycle and Cal OSHA and others and say, how can we work together to protect the public? We know there's a problem with that Paradise Fire, as an example. They're re-erupting all that material. And what Miguel's saying is some of these people say,
So the bottom line is, with all of the discussion, is this a strategic objective that's been adequately described? We can always refine it
I
when
think
it comes
it
back
has, I
down.
really do.
But, and obviously a very important one, but in the interest of time, as a strategic objective,
Yeah.
is the language as we have it right now acceptable for our first draft?
What
Sorry,
if it-
ladies,
can we
this
put
is
that
okay to
benefit?
call it.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
Exactly.
Hey, Susan, what do you
Is it
think about
adequate?
putting the things we have captured here under benefit down as an action item to research? Because I heard that comment, it's interesting, but I hadn't heard that before. So can we research and see what it's that we're doing and what we need to do differently?
So you say,
Just say we've got benefit to an action item. Yeah, that, like, so an action item under review and collaborate would be research whether the certifications are being incorrect.
Each group has their own little extra thing.
Okay, so as an action item of that one.
Yes, yeah. And then it's 5 to 4 now, so we've got one more on this slide, but I also want to call out that we haven't taken public comment for any of the strategic planning process, so we have got 5 more minutes left. Do we want to at least see if we? Please. Okay, so we're good there. So how about that last one, the collaborate with partnering agencies to educate, to update contracting law? Do we want to keep that one? Elaborate?
Then we already addressed that? Yes.
Okay,
Delete that.
okay, we can delete, all right.
I think so, yes, I think so.
Okay.
So,
You're over halfway there because we'll count. So for legislation, I think you had 16 originally, and now we're down to, is it 6? Yes. Excellent. So obviously we have a hard stop at 4. So there are 2 things that can happen. One thing is just we just write up a draft of your strategic plan using what we have. So you'll know that executive and public affairs are going to have more objectives. And then we can make some suggestions on.
Can we go to 4:15 and just breeze through them maybe?
Yeah, let's see if we can. Okay. Okay, excellent. Okay, so we'll go on to the next one then, public affairs. And we'll do the same thing. We'll look at all the slides, and then you can start grouping similar ones. Okay. Okay. Okay, perfect. So the first one, the expand. Sounds good? Okay. Second one, secure more resources. Delete that one. Okay, I'm seeing nods. How about the identify issues? We're good with that one? Might be more of an action item. For which one? Just note it for now? Okay, so, okay. And how about the next one, establish?
Is that a new board member?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's just like specific to us, we already people in the training today.
This was something that was discussed at our table. It's basically, I'll walk you through the buildings, they actually understand where the holdup is in the licensing process. Jesse will walk you through a day in case. Mike can tell you about how legislation gets developed. It's something a little bit more hands-on, where we just sort of do that for maybe a day.
Okay. Okay. So it sounds like we're good to keep that one too. Okay, moving on. Do you want to keep that first one, the create?
There's so many.
Okay, so we can notate that action item. Next one is update the website. Do we want to keep that?
That would be in conjunction with IT.
So it sounds like you're saying that probably needs to be moved under the IT executive.
It's joint. It's a joint project.
Okay,
We would probably be doing the reviews and making recommendations, and they'd actually have to make the changes on the website.
okay. Okay,
And we'll make those joint recommendations, a lot of them will have crossover, we can do that as staff, identify that, clarify that to the board.
okay. How about the develop the video tutorials? Okay, and then do you want to add a benefit real quickly? Like,
Reduce errors.
okay, to reduce errors. There you go. Okay, and then create podcasts. Do you want to keep that one?
No, I'm looking at this. To be honest with you, the podcast on this, so.
I recommend your TikTok, but let's hear your
Okay, so do you want to keep it or what do we think?
You got much material you have.
All right, so we've got that noted possible action items. So moving on. So you want to keep that top one, the consider.
That should be more IT.
Bless you, whoever wrote that, bless you so much. That top one.
All right.
But I don't know that there's, other than the communications and
Okay. All right, so the next one is increase online presence. Do you want to keep that one? Already done it, so we can delete it, okay. Yep, we have a website. Standardized communication. Okay. Next, last one.
This is one that I kind of recommend.
consumers as to why they need to insist upon the permit being obtained, and also for the contractors to understand why they should be an ambassador for this and the ramifications if they don't obtain a permit. It's really a big deal, is, trying to get permit compliance and also help with the decarbonization.
Okay. So it looks like we're good to keep it and move on to the final goal area. Okay. All right. So you just reduced your public affairs to 6 objectives. So that's great. Now we'll move on to the final goal area, which is the executive, admin, and IT. So the first one there, manage internal security and firewalls. Do you want to keep that one? All right, and the next one, the develop. Do you want to keep that? And then our next one, it didn't have an action verb. Okay, so report to the board as the action.
Oh, sorry. Report, but it's the same thing.
Kind of the same thing, you want to just remove.
Just delete it, okay.
Just put IT security at the top.
Okay, so we'll put,
For the top one, instead of internal, it'll just be IT security.
okay, so internal will become IT security. Okay, so the first one we want to keep, do we want to keep that?
That's really just to keep the focus on going online. Some states have all their licensing transactions online. We need to be going that direction to reduce errors.
Okay.
Processing times.
So we'll keep that one. How about the next one? Improve.
I think the second one is important.
Okay.
I actually.
Is this licensing or is this?
I think it's a combination. It's certain. So it's a combined, but we as staff can fill out a regular.
Okay. All right. And then the make CSLB employer of choice for state employees. Do you want to keep that?
We have enough work to do.
Okay.
Truthfully, that's hard to define.
Okay. We're good with removing that one? Okay. And finally, keep consumer protection. And since that's part of your mandate, that might be business as usual. So do you want to just remove that? We're okay with removing. Okay, good. How about that first one? Implement software program.
I got action item for the online stuff.
Okay. So action item for the online services or this stuff works too. How about the next one? Implement, automate. Would that also be an action item for that first one? Okay. And then Jason was asking which division?
Well, yeah, identify divisions.
So the data collection is the data for all divisions.
Okay. How about the next one? Conduct succession planning. Okay, so we're okay with getting rid of it? Okay. How about improve onboarding and training? I know before it was onboarding the board members. This looks like it's more staff this time. If you want to keep it?
Yes.
I'm hearing a yes.
Well, we do need to revisit our training program.
Okay.
So I think there's a benefit of having a focus and board support.
Okay. All right. Great. And then our last slide. How about that first one? Obtain cloud-based interface.
Falls in line with the other online presence application.
Okay, so that's, we can put in parentheses that it's part, another action item for that. Okay. And then next one's ensure IT secure. I think that's already covered, right? Yep. Pursue business modernization. Falls in line with the moving to the automation. Yep, okay. Or you could put in parentheses, just, it's part of the moving to the automation. It could be an action item. And then lastly, research and outreach for new enforcement staff. Okay. All right. Okay, 5.
And we had a couple that moved from another area that's competitive.
Okay,
But we accounted for them in the other 4 areas.
right. So we're just looking for a total number of objectives. So we'll add them up and then we'll ask you how many years you think it'll take you to. 32, okay. So 32 objectives. Usually strategic plans run anywhere from 2 to 5 years. So how many years do you think staff would need to complete these objectives?
Staff, what do you think? 10 years now.
I heard of 10 years, that's not an option, sorry. I saw 3. 3 to 4. With,
It seemed like the last one was 3 years, and I thought it was pretty effective.
Okay.
So much longer than the board, the staff don't pay much attention to it.
Okay. So you think 3 years? Okay, so 3 years it is. And so like I said, the next step will be, we will be sending you a draft of what you created today. And of course, you'll be able to tweak it a little before and then the next step will be the board approving it, followed by action planning. So thank you. And it is exactly 4:15.
Oh my God, thank you.
All right.
Okay. Afternoon all, we are now moving to our closed session to conduct an evaluation of the performance of the registrar. This will be our last our last item for the day. This item is not available for viewing by the public. After closed session, we will briefly reconvene in an open session and adjourn for the day, and we will resume all other business tomorrow at 9 a.m. I now ask that the public and the staff leave the room and that the webcast and phone meeting be turned off. afternoon again, I am resuming our open session and calling for a recess for the day to resume our proceedings at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.